Good morning and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. We have a few things going on today. We have our visiting artist here with us in the Hot Shop creating her work. Her name is Miss Cheryl Derricotte, and as she goes through the day, what they'll do is collaborate and create whatever her vision is for this residency and bring it to life through glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Before I get into what they're doing specifically, I'll just tell you a little bit about what they're using. I can't. I'll turn it down though. So we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber to get the glass hot. We're going to explore some needles and thread. Every year here at the Museum of Glass, we have a gala. It's known as the Red Hot Gala. And so this residency for Miss Derricotte was won because she was the People's Choice Awards, because last year when she was here, she made needles and thread, and that was donated to our auction. And so when that piece was put up, when people are able to bid on what they love the most, she won, and that won her another residency to explore more of her work. She also works in glass. She was also in a show last year that was on display here at the Museum of Glass. And so today we are exploring more needles and thread. So we'll go in and out of this reheating chamber. The glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. We turn them off at night. We turn them on in the morning, and that allows us to keep the glass nice and hot. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chamber. There's only heat. It's lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand those very, very high temperatures. And then here at the middle bench, you'll see that Gabe is going in with tools just to be able to sculpt the glass in the direction he needs it to go for the final result. So if you look here, this is how the process will start to get the glass. We'll dip into the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank that can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees, and so it's kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. The glass is very hot, and it contains a certain level of viscosity that allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate that pipe. So that is the first gather. We're not blowing into the glass at this moment. We're more so just sculpting. So these pipes are solid. They're not hollow. He'll dip it into the bowl there of powder glass color, which will add, I believe, this gray that is on the initial piece we're working on. But the glass powder is kind of like baby powder. It's very fine. And so that is how we add color to the glass for today's color application. There are many ways to add color or pattern, but that's what we're doing today. So we're rolling the hot clear glass into colored powder glass. So as you can see with his tweezers, he's been able to pluck the top. So we're working on the top portion of the needle. We're making sewing needles with the loop in the top. And if you didn't hear earlier when I was talking about the visiting artist this week, we have Miss Cheryl Derricotte in the Hot Shop. She returns to the Hot Shop to continue a historical portrait series illuminating the life of Sally Hemings, the enslaved woman who was the mother of 6 children of the U.S. President Thomas Jefferson. No known portraits or drawings of Hemings exist, so Derricotte has been crafting Hemings portraits in sculptural form. This tremendous undertaking was acknowledged at the museum's 2024 Red Hot Auction and Gala with the Artist's Choice Coney Award and the prize for which included this residency. And so as she continues to create these different sculptures, really in essence of Sally Hemings, you'll be able to see more of her memory come to life throughout each piece. So as this week, she'll be here Wednesday through Sunday, and then Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. is her artist talk to learn more about what drives her to create these, various pieces of work. And then you'll be able to watch the artist talk online. If you can't come back or make it back, from 1 to 2 p.m. on Sunday, you can live stream, and that's anytime we're open Wednesday through Sunday. You can live stream on our Hot Shop tab. You can always watch what's happening here in the Hot Shop every day from your phone or from the computer. So all of the glass is taken from the furnace here, which is the silver tank and the black door. And then we gather it and we sculpt it. So now what Trent is doing is putting an additional pipe on the end of the top of the needle so we can work on the opposite side. So we'll attach a little piece of clear glass that acts as a connection point at the end of a rod. And then Gabe will go in and remove the glass, so now we can work on the opposite side. So he taps it off. Now we'll go into the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber is only designed for heat. There's no molten glass inside of the glory hole. So there's the glory hole we go into to keep the glass malleable. And then the furnace is where we go to gather glass to start a process or to sculpt something or to blow the glass. So when the visiting artists come here, so great question. What is the visiting artist's role when they arrive here in the hot shop, or why do they come? Right? So when you apply to get a residency, she didn't apply, she was awarded, which is a great thing to get. But when you apply as an artist, all artists from different backgrounds are allowed to apply to the Visiting Artist Residency Program, and they get to work with highly skilled, highly trained, the best of the best, which is the Hot Shop team, the core team, and whatever assistants may come to help also. So you come and you come with your vision. And if you can't, if you're not a glassmaker, they bring it to life through communication and illustrations. And then the beauty of it is that you get to work with four people and you direct what you would like, or you can work and make stuff also if you're familiar with the material. But Chihuly designed the studio for all artists of different backgrounds to apply, be encouraged, and to create. It's not just for glass artists, and the team is always here. But a lot of people would like to come here, or they seek to come here to work with this team to streamline the process. You'll be able to see them bring things to life through communication, sometimes the first try, maybe the second try, maybe both tries were great for the person that doesn't know how to do this. And so you come to work with the team, and they are able to make many of pieces that you weren't even able to make, or you could only get a few out on your own. So as you see, we've used the heat to just stretch and sculpt out that needle, and then we'll lay it on the kiln shelf there, which is a shelf that it doesn't extract the heat too much from the glass, and so it's a like a special shelf. Um, and we're sculpting out needles this morning. That's what's happening. And if you guys have questions, let me know. So our visiting artist is Miss Cheryl Derricotte, and whenever we see them go over to the box, the black box, that's where we place items. So as you can see, the needle that they were sculpting, we put it into the box there to cool down because we cannot just allow it to cool in the normal temperatures due to thermal shock. It'll crack because it's like an onion. There's inner layers and outer layers, and at the rate that they cool down, the inner layers might be warm or cooler than the the inner layers might be warmer than the outer layers. So when they meet, we don't want them to crack. They'll rest in that box and they'll come down and they'll be ready tomorrow around this time, say, unless we turn it off later. Once again, our visiting artist this week is Miss Cheryl Derricotte. We'll come out of the reheating chamber. As you can see, the glass is hot. That's just because, it's orange. That's just because it's hot. But it'll be gray. It'll be gray when it cools back down, just like the needle we put into the annealing oven. So the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace. As you can see, he'll go in with this stainless steel rod, dip into the furnace and rotate it. This is what we call gathering glass. All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. We have to add color to glass. So when we add color to glass, today he's dipping the clear glass into the powder color, which is in that little silver bowl there at the end of the table. When he dips it into the colored glass, he'll then melt it into the surface and we'll get cool gray. We'll get this really pretty steel gray. Yeah, so the glass, it's comprised of different minerals, they make it overseas. It's a long, long process. We get it here from the distributor. We don't make it here because it's a little bit, maybe you don't want to breathe in those chemicals. So I don't want to say unsafe, but we don't have the conditions to house it. We don't have the ability to make it. It involves having furnaces, so a lot of pots of different colors, and we don't have that. So he's going in with his jacks and he's carving out the top portion of the needle, and then he'll start to pinch open the needle. The jacks are just two large blades that allow us to kind of grip onto the glass and carve into it. If you're interested in learning more about Miss Derricotte's work, you can follow her on Instagram at Cheryl Derricotte Studio, which is CHERYLDERRICOTTES Studio. No Instagram, only CherylDerricotteStudio.com is where you'll find more about her work. Once again, a little bit more about her and her work. Derricotte's work is in the permanent collections of the De Young Museum, the Historical New Orleans Collection, the Oakland Museum of California, the San Francisco Public Library, and the National Association of Home Builders. Cheryl holds a BA in Urban Affairs, minor in History, Bernard's College, Columbia University, the Masters of Regional Planning, Cornell University, and the Masters of Fine Art, California Institute of Integral Sciences, a licensed city planner and a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners since 1995. She serves as the Professional Development Officer at the New Arts and Planning Division of the American Planning Association. So that's just a little bit more about Ms. Derricotte, and as she explores Sally Hemings' portrait, this portrait designed of different objects that are in reference to her, not just a physical image. Today she's exploring needles and so today we're going to explore needles, thimbles, and threads. And this residency that Ms. Derricotte was awarded came from the People's Choice Award at the Red Hot Gala that we have here every year. And so last year she came and worked, donated 2 pieces to the auction, and she was chosen as the People's Choice Award. And so she got to come back this year and create her work again. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So we created this little nub on the end of the needle, and he'll start to pull and slowly just drag it out. The slower, the better. So then we can pull that point, and then he'll manipulate it a little bit more, sculpting it on the table there. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, our visiting artist for the week is Miss Cheryl Derricotte. Her residency was provided by her winning the People's Choice Award, the Coney Award from last year's Red Hot Gala. Our Red Hot Gala is every September here at the Museum of Glass, and you have the ability to choose a piece that you love. And everyone loved Miss Derricotte's work, so she's back here to explore Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings, she birthed 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children, and there aren't any photos of her. So she's creating sculptural images of her in essence of who she was and in homage of her legacy. And so one of the things she did was she was a seamstress. And so we're going to make thimbles, thread, and needles today. And right now we're working on a needle. So as you can see, when it gets super duper hot, it turns orange, and then when it quickly cools down, it'll go back to gray. And we're just gonna keep stretching the needle out. They're long with a very fine point, and they'll achieve that by getting the glass super hot and stretching it. It's kind of just like sugar or taffy when it gets nice and hot, but you have to move a little bit quick because it cools down just as fast as it gets really hot. So as you can see, Sarah's dipping into this bowl here. It looks like it's white powder. It's pulverized, super duper fine glass color. And then when we go into the reheating chamber, it rests at about 2,300 degrees. And so what it'll do is it'll melt that powder onto the skin of the glass. And then it'll look like this really pretty gray color that we're working with at the middle bench. We'll get a couple gathers of color on the surface. We have to add color to glass because our furnaces only hold clear glass. And so we have to add to the process, we have to add color in specific ways, whether we're dipping it or laying it over a bubble or rotating the glass in, clear glass into chopped glass. Into the annealing oven, we have to place the needle because it can't stay just here on the regular table because it's hot and those inner and those outer layers might crack when they touch. Because glass is like an onion, it has layers. And so we're gonna put it into the annealing oven to cool down that oven rest within maybe say like, it could be set at 920 and it'll come back down. So when it catches it at that number, that heat temperature, it'll come back down to room temperature, and then we'll be able to touch it tomorrow. Let's give them one more big round of applause, and Miss Cheryl for being with us this week. So we're just stripping some glass off of the end of the rod there. What he did is he gathered over colored glass and he stripped it so that the veil of clear on the outside is thinner than it would be due to how much glass he picked up out of the furnace. The furnace is this tanks here. It's the silver tanks with the doors. They hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees. We don't turn them off at night because we don't want to compromise the integrity of the bowl inside due to the glass shrinking. It could crack. When glass cools, it shrinks a bit, and it could crack. And because it's literally in there, like stuck to the walls of the bowl, it could crack the crucible. Then we have to get a brand new furnace. So it's better and it's more efficient to leave them on and running day in and day out. So we're gonna make another needle here, and on the left side of the hot shop, if you wanna go sit over there, they're sculpting out a thimble. And it's not very big. I like it when things aren't very large. I like the medium-sized items. Hello, everyone that's just joined us here in the Hot Shop. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Today, our visiting artist is Miss Derricotte, Miss Cheryl Derricotte. She is here because she won the Coney Award, which is the People's Choice Award that we give out every time we have our annual gala. And her piece was donated, and the people loved it. And it was a needle and a thread. So she, in relation to that, she is allowed to come back and have another residency. So what does that mean? So the artists that work here in the Hot Shop, they create for visiting artists that come, so with or for them. It doesn't matter. The artists that are visitors, they can get into the process also and make things. But for those people who are artists that don't know how to make glass, they come, they explain their vision, and the Hot Shop team brings the vision alive through glass for 5 days. So you can come and say, you know, I want a glass smiley face, and they'll make a glass smiley face. Or you could say, I want a glass apple. They'll make a glass apple. So whatever your vision is, they will bring it to life. So specifically for Miss Derricotte's vision, she is working on creating different objects as a portrait for Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was a seamstress at the White House, and she also birthed 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children, but there's no visual portraits of her. So she is doing this in homage for Sally Hemings and creating her portrait through the items that embody who she was. And so right now in the process, I'll let you guys know what we're doing. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about our visiting artist, Ms. Derricotte. And now here in the middle bench, we are starting to, we're just cleaning up the top portion of the needle. And you know, when you have a needle, there's a little hook at the top to put the thread through. And then on the left side of the Hot Shop, we're working on thimbles. They're not very large, which is great. I like it when they're like a little bit closer to reality, but this one's a lot larger than a regular thimble. My name's Emily, and if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask questions one at a time. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole here is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only designed to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it's rest at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick inside of that barrel can withstand those very, very high temperatures. Thank you. So pay attention as Sarah dips into the furnace. We're rotating that stainless steel rod. This is how we get glass. As you can see, it's orange because it's hot. But when it cools down, it will be clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air also. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. So as you can see, we're going to get the tip of the needle hot, make sure it stays nice and warm. That torch there is about 5,000 degrees. It's a hot torch. It's little, but it's super mighty. So we get a lot of heat out of that. Then we're going to go back into the reheating chamber so we can manipulate the glass. So you see that the glass is gray that we're working on with the needle. But the glass that comes out of our furnaces here is only clear glass. So what that means is that we have to add color to the glass. In today's process, we dipped clear glass into pulverized glass, so this powder glass here, and it's like baby powder, it's very fine. So we dipped clear glass into that bowl to get color into the glass today. So we have many different programs here at the Museum of Glass, and because I have a hot shop full of preschoolers, one program we have is known as Kids Design Glass. You have to be 12 and under, and I'm sure you guys got a little time before you turn 12. So our Kids Design Glass program is designed for youth like you to design like fine artists like Miss Derricotte, and if your illustration is chosen, one piece will stay here on permanent display, and one piece will go home with you and your family. So if you're interested and you're 12 and under, you can apply to be to the Kids Design Glass contest. And if the hot shop calls you, then you're going to come back and the piece will be made here in the hot shop. So could we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So now we're going to add another bit of glass onto the bottom of the needle that we pulled out the top. So now we need to work on the opposite side. We'll add a connection point as a transfer rod, and then we'll take it off of the initial pipe. So now we can start to pull out the bottom of the needle to make it nice and sharp. You can find some of those kids design glass forms online or in the grand hall at it looks like a coloring table, but really it's for kids design glass. And so be sure to take some home. You can always, you don't have to be local either. We had some kids Skyping like from Korea recently. So just mail it back in and we'll call you. If you can't make it back, maybe we can just, FaceTime you, Skype you, all the different ways to look at you virtually. Pay attention as we slowly start to pull out the glass to make it nice and sharp at the end of the needle. Welcome to the Hot Shop for those of you who are just joining us. We have Miss Cheryl Derricotte working with us in the. She won the Coney Award, the People's Choice Award from the last year's gala, our Red Hot Gala. Cheryl Derricotte is a visual artist, and her favorite mediums are glass and paper. Originally, she's from Washington, D.C. She lives and makes art in her San Francisco, California. Her art has been featured in the New York Times, The Guardian, the San Francisco Chronicle, MerciSF, and the San Francisco Business Times in 2021. She was awarded the commission to develop a monument to Harriet Tubman at the Transit-Oriented Development Gateway of Millbrae Station. The first sculptural tribute to the abolitionists in glass, Freedom's Threshold, a monument to Harriet Tubman, was unveiled in March 16th of 2023. Last year, she came and worked with us here in the Hot Shop, and the work that she made was in essence of Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was a seamstress for the President Thomas Jefferson, and she also birthed 6 of his children, and she is not pictured. You can't find photos of Sally Hemings, and so this is a sculptural portrait that Miss Derricotte is working on here with the Hot Shop team. We're making thimbles, threads, and needles this morning, and then we'll get into the next step of the process, creating different items as we go along to create this portrait of that, you know, really embody who Sally Hemings was. And so if you have any questions, my name is Emily. Feel free to raise your hand. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I'll let you know exactly what we're making as we go in and out of these reheating chambers. The reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees. And they're designed to keep the glass nice and hot so we can bring all of Miss Derricotte's visions to life this week. Also, if you want to learn more about her, Sunday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., she'll have her artist talk. You don't have to come. You can watch it online. You can live stream the Hot Shop anytime, Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. We are live on our live stream.
I'm Cheryl Derricotte, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, you know? And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glassblowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see some of Miss Derricotte's past works. She specializes in silk screening glass powder onto sheet glass to create these portraits, and that's a process that is similar to making a t-shirt. So silk screen powdered glass onto sheet glass, then you have to bake it in a special way to make it all melt together. So we're gonna work on the handle portion of the old school irons with the really cool handle and that piece of stainless steel, that flat piece of stainless steel like the ones they had back in the day, not like the ones we use today. It's important that we mark the pipe there because we want to know which side is the up or the down side. And so that everything they do is highly intentional in regards to the process. They're not just marking it because they want to color on the pipe with chalk. So then we're gonna go in with our corks. Our corks are just large portions of, like, you know, wine toppers, just regular cork. It's just a lot of it. And it allows us to shape the glass without, it leaves a soft surface, so no residue. And it doesn't take the heat from the glass quickly. And so it allows us to be able to have time for shaping. Thank you guys for coming in. I hope you guys have a wonderful, happy Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with us. So we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. And as we go in and out of the reheating chamber, we're going to keep the handle nice and hot. When the handle's fully shaped, then we're going to curve it and attach it to the bottom of this iron that we're making. It's like a type of irons. Can we see some of Miss Derricotte's past works? So she loves working with paper. Yeah, this is Miss Cheryl Derricotte here working with us. She loves working with paper and glass, and she silk screens images onto sheet glass, and then she bakes it. So now here at the middle bench, we'll connect an additional rod to be able to move the handle off of the initial pipe we sculpted it on. So now we're cleaning up different parts of the glass. And then at the far left or the far right side of the hot shop, depending on where you are, Sarah is dipping the glass from the furnace into a bowl of colored powder, and that's how the thimbles has gotten its color. And she'll go back into the reheating chamber and hot and melted into the surface. The black glass was also created from rotating clear glass into a bowl of colored glass, and that is pulverized very fine grains of colored glass. This is how its color. The glass inside of the furnace is clear, and as we dip into the furnace and we continue to take if we continue to take, the levels will start to get low, and so we have to refill the furnaces by adding glass to them, and this process is known as charging the furnace. Our hot shop technician refills these furnaces to that level of holding about 1,000 pounds of hot glass. Can we see the charging the furnace video to learn how the furnaces get glass? Can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
You can look up at the big screen there to see them shaped, in case you can't see it in the hot shop. We're working on the top of the iron. We're making a old school style iron that has that flat bottom and the handle at the top that's made from steel. We'll go in and we'll do shaping with those corks. Those corks are designed to minimally extract heat from the glass so we can maximize how much shaping we're able to do while it's hot. It's only hot for a certain amount of time before we have to go back into the reheating chamber and flash it. Miss Cheryl Derricotte won our Coney Award, which is the People's Choice Award that afforded her the opportunity to come and create more in glass. She creates in glass in her own private studio in San Francisco, but she bakes it. It's sheet glass. It's not the same as sculpting at this scale or at this rate of work. And so the beauty is that she gets a whole team of people who get to bring her vision to life here in the hot shop. And she was here last July, and for her to come back this quick is amazing. I love it when artists are able to show up annually to produce their ideas, because it's like, you know, you get to meet again and see what's next, or where we're going. Are we revisiting items from the past? Are there new items to create? And as the ball rolls, then you're able to see all the different works come out of a 5-day residency. And if you want to learn more about her, on Sunday at 1 p.m. she'll have her artist talk, which can also be viewed on the live stream if you can't make it back into the hot shop. We run our live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5, so you can watch what's happening here all the time. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we have visiting artist Cheryl Derricotte with us working in the Hot Shop. Over here, we're making thimbles. And then in the middle of the Hot Shop, we're creating an iron. You know, like the olden time irons that have the really pretty handle and they're steel and super heavy. What we're doing is we're creating objects that will be portrayed as an image for Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings worked in the White House as a seamstress. She birthed 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children, and there's no images of her. So Cheryl's mission is to create objects in her memory. And so Cheryl Derricotte is working with us here because last year when she came and she made thimbles and needles and threads, she donated 2 pieces to the annual Red Hot Gala, which won her an award, which was the People's Choice Award. And the Coney Award, when you get that award as an artist, you get to come back and make more work here in the Hot Shop. So we're expanding her vision of sculptures of glass that are representative of Sally Hemings, who was a seamstress for Thomas Jefferson. And there are no portraits of her. So can we see some of let's see her visiting artist, her Meet the Artist video to learn a little bit more about Miss Cheryl Derricotte.
I'm Cheryl Derricotte, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glassblowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
So as you can see in the Meet the Artist video, Miss Derricotte is back to expand her vision in glass. We're making an iron right here at the middle bench and on the left side. They've been working on thimbles. They're so tiny and cute. They're a lot larger than the ones you'd use while you're actually sewing, but they're a lot smaller than what they usually make in the hot shop, which is big stuff. So as we work in and out of these reheating chambers, can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. It is lined with hollow fire bricks, which are within that barrel, that can withstand those high temperatures. We turn the glory holes off at night, and we light them up in the morning. It takes about 1 hour to get up to 2,300 degrees. And that is what we're working in and out of in front of our benches. That's those ovens, those big, big ovens. So here on the right side of the hot shop, Sarah will get a pipe. The pipe's hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So she's loading the pipes now, but we'll grab pipes from there and we'll dip them into the furnace. I'm just explaining to you guys how we've got here, and I'll explain how we got there also when we get closer there to the point. So now she'll dip into the furnace to gather glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace is where all the glass is held. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, so as we rotate that hot steel pipe, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. As we rotate, we come out, we have a bubble. That's how we start. So now what we did was we put the iron handle into the garage. The garage is the place where we park pieces to rest, to then be reworked into the process. The hot side is about 1,000. The cool side's about 800 degrees. That is high enough in temperature to hold them, but it's not hot enough to where the glass will keep melting. We got that? So all the glass inside of the furnaces is clear. We have to add color to the glass. That's a great question, because that was next, right? How do we get color? So we have to add color to the glass, and in this specific process, we're using color powder. It's just like baby powder. It's like flour. So it is it's pulverized glass, okay? And it's the glass that It's the glass that we use to put color on the surface in this process. But there are a few ways to add color to glass. And just to give you another example, we do something called color overlay, and that'll give us a solid finish on the surface of the glass. And so when you look at a piece and it appears to be orange on the surface, you'll see that it's a whole, the process is explained with a little bit of color and a lot of clear. And the illusion is that it's all one color. Really, it's clear and pigmented glass and colored glass. So can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel Marva, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we'll go in and we'll grip with our papers. They're folded up and soaked in water. This allows us to get the glass and shape it, get a good handle on it and guide it where we would like for it to go. We're gonna make another needle on this side of the hot shop. Over here, we've been working on thimbles. I think we're still working on thimbles. So right now we're at the point of the top of the thimble. We're gonna change its access point in a little bit here. You'll see it happen. We've blown into a bubble to make a hollow space, put it into a mold to create that pattern on the top. And then in a minute, Sarah will remove it and it'll be open. So then that way you'll be able to continue to open it and create the bottom part of the thimble. If you want to watch the thimble, oh, if we could pan over to the left side of the hot shop to see the thimble, that'd be awesome. So right now we're just pulling out the top part of the needle. That top part of the needle is where the hook will go. And then we'll change the access point of this also and pull it out like a string, like candy, pulling taffy. We'll take a lunch break around the 1 o'clock hour, and then we'll come back and we'll work again for around the 2 o'clock hour. So give us a minute after. So just know, after these pieces are boxed, we're going to take a break, and then we'll come back. We hit it with that hot torch to make sure that this part is super duper soft, kind of like nice and soft. Get a nice ball there, and then we'll go in and start to squeeze out that middle part. Actually, we'll see how he opens it up specifically. I thought he tweezers, but maybe there's another way he goes about it. So going with this corks, the corks will help him shape. It'll be more of like a oval shape to get that loop, to open up the loop. No, everything is like computer operated. And if something goes wrong, the hot shop tech will, and it'll say, hey, I need help. So like if the furnace needs help, message will go to the hot shop's tech's phone. But nothing in here is on fire. Well, some stuff's on fire, but nothing's catching on fire. Does that make sense? Yeah, you can have a big crucible that's safe. It's all properly in there. It's not like there's no paper on fire and then catch something else on fire. That would be like, yeah, we don't worry about that. So in a of glass on the end of the hoop of the needle, and then we're going to pull it out on the opposite side. After we're done with this thimble and this needle, we're going to take a lunch break for about 1 hour, then we're going to come back and we'll do it all again after 2, around the 2 o'clock hour. Cheryl Derricotte working with us. You're welcome to learn more about her on Sunday at 1 p.m. If you're ever interested in getting into the process, you can fuse glass. You can also come into the By the Furnace workshops here in the hot shop, and you can make items here with Hilltop Artists, which are our local youth artists. So just come and hang out and watch. If you like, come as much as you like at that rate. But we'll take a little break after we're done with these pieces, and then we'll come back in about an hour. Also, like I said, on Sunday at 1 p.m., if you're interested in learning more about Miss Derricotte, come and listen to her artist talk, or you can get onto the live stream and learn about what's happening here in the hot shop, as well as Miss Derricotte Sunday at 1 p.m. We're always running the live stream Wednesday through Sunday, 9 or 10 to 5. So you can always pop in to the process here in the hot shop. So now we'll carve into the glass with our diamond shears. The tools that we use while we're making glass are designed for the process. And so the diamond shears, they grasp in a 360. So when we close it, it creates that diamond shape in opposition to normal shears. We do use normal shears, but we like the diamond shears because in one snip, you can remove something or you can carve into the glass. So he gave it a little cinch with the diamond shears. Trenton's going to bring an additional rod, connect it to the hoop, and then we're going to take it off of this initial pipe. We need to be able to change the access so we can manipulate it. We'll let that transfer rod set itself up, cool down just a little bit. Whenever it's piping orange, that always means hot. So we'll let it cool just a little bit, set it up, make sure it's sturdy. If it's not sturdy enough, it could fall. And just like that, you can take it off. So that's the part when you said, how do they take it off earlier? Usually they'll put water on a carved in line, but we don't need it because it's so fragile at that rate. Cinching it is just enough. So now we'll give it a good flash, and then we're gonna start stretching it out. So when we go into that reheating chamber, can we see the glory hole diagram? So that reheating chamber allows us to be able to get this glass nice and hot. And the hotter we get it, the more elastic, like it becomes a bit more elastic-like. So it stretches it out, helps us stretch it out. Thank you. It's really important that we keep the end of this pipe nice and warm. That's our connection point to being able to sculpt the glass, because we can't ever touch the glass. And so we'll flash the pipe and then flash the body of the piece. That part, that connection point needs to stay nice and hot. This is fragile, it's little, it's thin, so you have to be careful with it, but you'll see in a minute we're gonna start to get it a lot harder and stretch it a little bit faster. After this needle, we'll go and take a lunch break for about 1 hour. Then we'll come back and do it all again. All right, to the annealing oven it'll go. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. It'll rest in this annealing oven until it cools down overnight, and it'll come back to room temperature. So now, let's give Miss Cheryl Derricotte one more big round of applause for being here this week and being the People's Choice Award. All right, friends, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break now. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour, and we'll do it all again. Welcome to the hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. As they slowly regather themselves from lunch, they'll start working in a moment. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. I will also allow just a little couple minutes for some other visitors to come in and have a seat also. And then I'll let you guys know exactly what's going on in the process. Our visiting artist for today is Miss Cheryl Derricotte. She'll come up in a moment also, and then we'll get started. We'll jump back into where we left off, which was making an iron, but like the cast irons, like the old school ones. So let's give a couple minutes, and then we'll get started in a second. So the process starts by getting a stainless steel rod nice and warm. These blowpipes are designed to gather the glass from the furnace. And so the reheating chamber here is only to heat things up, or sometimes they'll grab a pipe from the pipe warmer to the right or the left side of the hot shop. So hot glass, it likes to stick to hot steel. So what we'll do is heat the pipe up. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but it will get hot where you concentrate the heat at. So we're gonna heat the pipe up. It is a blowpipe, so we're gonna be able to blow through this. We're making like a rectangle for the steel handle. Yeah, this one's gonna be a rectangle, so we're gonna blow this out. And you guys will see the process unfold better than what I can tell you. So stick around and watch it come together. We'll dip into the furnace. The furnaces are these large ceramic tanks with the silver bottoms, and they have doors on the front of them, and that's because they hold all the molten hot glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? So as you can see there, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. When they dip into the furnace, they will rotate the pipe, and that glass inside of there contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate. It looks orange, but that's because it's hot. When it cools, it's just clear. It's only clear glass in our furnaces. We're gonna add color to the clear glass. Thank you. Our visiting artist of the day is Miss Cheryl Derricotte. She's coming out to collaborate and continue working on the hot shop floor with the team. And I'll tell you a little bit about her in a second. So Cheryl Derricotte is a visual artist whose favorite mediums are glass, papers, and tiles. She's originally from Washington, D.C., and in 2021, she was awarded a commission to develop a monument to Harriet Tubman at the Transient-Oriented Development Gateway at Millbrae Station, the first sculptural tribute to the abolitionists in glass. If in the image there, you'll be able to see the silk screen with the names. So in her studio practice, she silk screens glass powder through a screen onto a sheet glass, and then she bakes it all together within a kiln. So she loves working with glass, but in this hot shop, she's able to sculpt different items, and so she has more of an advantage of bringing out the objects. And what we're making in the hot shop are objects in relation to Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was the seamstress at the White House for Thomas Jefferson during his presidency, and there are no images of Sally Hemings, and so she's making objects in relation to build it up into a portrait of Sally. She had 6 children by Thomas Jefferson, and that's just a little bit about her story. She had 6 children with Thomas Jefferson after his wife passed on. So let's clarify that, because that's an important part of the story, I believe, to know. And so her practice is in regard, or for this residency, she was here last year working on this story about Sally Hemings, and she's making things like needles and thread and thimbles and irons due to what, you know, she did during the time that she was at the White House. And last year, when she was here working in July, during her residency, she created needles and thread, and when artists come here to work, they donate 2 pieces. One piece goes to our collection, and then another piece goes to our gala. And so during our annual Red Hot Gala, she was nominated as the People's Choice Award. So the thread and the needle were nominated as the People's Choice Award, which then awarded her the residency here, because that's what you get. That's the prize. You get to come back and work in the hot shop. And, okay, so why is it so important to come work here in the hot shop? Well, this team can make anything you ask and anything you want come to glass in life. You don't have to be a glass artist to apply. But she didn't have to apply. She was awarded this residency, and she was able to come back and work more. So this team can bring your ideas to life. They can streamline your process. They can teach you things you never knew. And so now to get into what we're doing here in the hot shop, we've gathered a few times out of the furnace. We've blown into the bubble, and now we have a clear mass of glass that we're going to put color over. Can we see some of Miss Derricotte's past works? So we'll go back in with that, the block there. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaked in water. It'll help cool down those outer layers. We need the outer layers to be nice and chill and well-rounded, so when we blow that bubble out, it doesn't blow out the walls in different directions. It'll blow out evenly. So as we continue to blow into this glass and expand the bubble, that will allow us to, it allows us to make it as big as we want if we continue to add more glass around it. But this is how you make things hollow in glass by blowing into the pipe. A cup, a bowl, just basic things are made in this manner. You have to start with the bubble. We have to let the bubble cool down and rest before we gather over it. We don't want to compromise that internal structure, so we have to let it chill. So we'll go back into the furnace and rotate that bubble in the furnace. It's really important that she shields her because those invisible barriers, those invisible barriers that you guys can't even feel, like the radiant heat, that piece of glass is above 1,000 degrees, and so it's all shooting at her. But they do it so swiftly and so well that you wouldn't even know. It's super duper uncomfortable in some situations. So she's just shielding her arm. So naturally, she laid it over the bench, let it elongate itself. We want the bubble to kind of take the glass away from the end of the pipe. She'll go in with her papers. Her papers are just soaked newspaper that have been soaked in water with a special cloth over the top of them to reduce the amount of it just helps make a very clean finish. That's what I know. So just reducing how much blemishes we could potentially put on the glass from touching it with the papers without this, without the sleeve over it. So we'll go back in with the papers that are soaked in water, and we're just going to continue to guide the glass and shape it. So whenever the pipe starts to get a little hot, we'll take it over to the pipe cooler. It's just water, a little water trough to cool that pipe down, because sticking it into the furnace multiple times, it starts to warm up a little bit. Every third Thursday here at the Museum of Glass, we are open to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. So if you ever want to come after work one night and you can't make it during the day, because typically, you know, Wednesday through Sunday, we're open 10 to 5. So if you ever want to come during the weekday, on third Thursday, our Hilltop artists are here working. So that's the youth artists. Hilltop is a local organization that youth artists are learn to make glass at the age of 12. And so they'll come here and host the night away from 5 to 8 p.m. And then if you're ever interested in getting your hands on the materials and making something, you can do a fuse workshop in the education studio, or you can purchase a By the Furnace experience and make something here on the hot shop floor. So just in case you ever want to come and learn something, on April 19th and 20th, we have a joint venture. They'll be making pipes here in the hot shop in celebration of 420. And then if you can't come back to the hot shop, but you want to see what's going on, just get on our live stream. You can live stream and watch us from, you know, at your desk, on your phone. You can always watch what's happening here in the hot shop. There's always something different, which is really cool. Miss Derricotte's Artist Talk will be Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. And if you're not able to make it back for her talk, just get online and live stream to learn more about her and her work and why maybe she has chose to talk or, you know, expand Sally Hemings' story. So yeah, that's just a little bit about what we have going on here. There's always something going on, so follow us at Museum of Glass on Instagram, YouTube. Come hang out with us. There's always something fun happening. So when we gather the glass and we strip it off like this, we call it a strip gather. And whenever we allow the glass to drip into that bucket, we can recycle that glass. So all the glass in the furnace is clear, and if it goes into that bucket, we can recharge it. As we continue to take glass out of the furnace, the levels get lower, so they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of glass, but it doesn't just magically reappear when it starts to get low. We have to recharge it. So there's a process known as charging the furnace, and that deals with refilling our furnaces. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit about how the furnaces get glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we're going over to the powder booth to sift color onto the skin of the glass. So now we're changing the color by adding color to the top layer. Can we go to the powder booth? Can we see the powder booth? So as you can see, color is being sifted onto the powder booth. In the powder booth to the surface of the glass. We have to do this in an enclosed environment. We have to cover a large surface area. And so as we sift it onto the top, it can't be in an open area due to the powder flying around. So that's a special box that vacuums up the additional powder. So this is how we're applying color to glass today. Then we'll go back to the reheating chamber and melt the powder glass into the surface of the clear glass. And so in glass, we use a little color and a lot of clear. And that's the illusion, is that it's not all one color. But you think it is, because it's just great. To learn a little bit more about our visiting artist, Miss Cheryl Derricotte, can we please see her Meet the Artist video?
I'm Cheryl Derricotte, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s, when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. it's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, you know? And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glassblowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Dipping into that furnace is very hot. It's really hard to rotate the pipe with all that glass at the end. The furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees, and so it's super duper hot and really heavy. They'll say sometimes it's like trying to balance a bowling ball at the end of a broomstick, so it's very awkward and it wants to fall because it's hot. Gravity wants to pull it down before we're able to control it. And then we'll go to the pipe cooler to cool it down a bit. It gets a little bit hot as we continue to dip into those high temperatures. So as the glass grows, as we get more of a mass on the end of the pipe, we also change the size of the blocks. And so this block is larger. It's been soaked in water. It's designed with fruit wood because fruit wood lasts for a long time. It's very durable, and it's good at soaking up the water as well. So the reason why we go into the block to shape the glass is just to cool down those outer layers while keeping the inner layers nice and hot, and it helps just to build those walls. And so we need even walls so when we blow it out, it doesn't blow through or too much towards the end because you don't want the glass to be too thin at the bottom. So we'll blow into the pipe, let the bubble kind of fall over some, elongate it so it'll naturally kind of drop away from the end of the pipe. We want it to naturally fall away because we're going to carve into the glass at a specific point, and I'll emphasize when we do that. So we're blowing into the pipe, rotating back and forth with the papers. He'll go in that cloth, or inside of that cloth, there's papers. It's been soaked in water. And he'll guide the glass with his hands, and now we'll give it a flash with the torch. Then we're gonna go in and carve into the glass in a moment. Those calipers are designed to measure out how big he needs to make this glass in order to start to shape it in the next step of the process. We'll get the jacks nice and hot. The jacks are coated in wax, beeswax. And it's important to have beeswax on the jacks. If not, if they are not coated in beeswax, they might kind of sound like screechy brakes. So now we're gonna go in with the jacks and we're gonna pinch his grip. So he'll tighten his grip and we'll carve into it, creating a jack line. This is known as a reference point, indicating the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we're carving in a jack line in order to take this big bubble off of the pipe at a different point in the process. So he's continued to blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble, and he'll continue to shape the glass with the papers. The reason why we're shaping it is so then that way we can get closer to the final result. We have to slowly shape it into what we want it to be at the end. I don't know. So that furnace, the reheating chamber, the glory hole is about 2,300 degrees. So the more doors that they open, the hotter it gets. Can we see the glory hole diagram? Welcome to everyone that just joined us here in the hot shop. We have Miss Cheryl Derricotte working with us, exploring and expanding her sculptural work here in the hot shop. As you can see, the glory hole where we're working in and out of, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. And as we continue to open up those doors, more and more heat, her hands are being exposed to her whole body, but she's able to position herself to where she doesn't get too hot. But you can't necessarily escape the heat during the entire process. So we'll continue to blow into the end of the pipe, and he'll go in with the papers to shape the glass. We're making the square, like the bottom of the block of the iron. So, you know, like those old school irons that are rectangle, real thin at the bottom, and they have the handle on the top? That's what we're making. And these items are objects. They're objects that are in essence of a portrait for Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was a seamstress at the White House, and she birthed 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children after his wife passed away. And so she is making these items in memory of Sally because there's not a picture of her. You can't find an image of her. And so this is an objective portrait. Can we see some of Ms. Derricotte's past works for the for the visitors that just arrived in the hot shop? So if you look up at the big screen there, Ms. Cheryl Derricotte enjoys creating powdered glass onto sheet glass and then baking it. This is a picture of Harriet Tubman, the first glass sculpture of Harriet Tubman that's in San Francisco, California. So each one of those sheets she created within those panes. She said they're super thick also, And so she had to do a couple special movements in the kiln to be able to produce them. But if you look up at the big screen there, silk screen, so she uses powder glass and she sifts it through a silk screen to get the image. And that's a kiln, so the kiln, the blue kiln is where you place the sheet glass to bake all the images into the glass. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Miss Derricotte's residency here at the Museum of Glass. I'll get to you guys in 1 second. Sorry, I didn't know that you guys had that many questions. Miss Derricotte's residency here at the Museum of Glass was awarded to her because she was the People's Choice Award during our gala, our annual gala. She was here last year because she applied to be an artist and work in the she applied to be a resident artist, and she got that residency. And then she got called back because she was awarded by the people at our gala last year. So, okay. Go ahead. Or wait, was it you? So we'll go in with our corks. The corks are just like what we have on top of our wine bottles, wine toppers. So we're gonna flatten this out. We need to make this into a rectangle, and glass does not love to be squared. It doesn't like to have sharp edges, hard edges. So we do it bit by bit, you know. It will get there, but it takes a little time, takes a little work. So That's what's happening. We're gonna make it into like more so of a rectangle. We're making an iron, like a cast iron. So Trenton is heating up this kiln shelf. This is where we'll lay it to where when we lay it on here, it won't take a lot of the heat out of it when we need to shape it. We won't lay it on the steel table because the steel table will take the heat out of it a little quicker. So this will attract the heat a little bit slower. We'll cap the bottom of the pipe so it does not, the air doesn't slowly seep out. The top's actually going to be more like an A line, not a rectangle. I thought the image on the floor confused me, so it'll be more like an A line, just like an iron. it's really important to keep the end of the pie pot. That's why he's shooting it with the fluffy torch. That is our connection point to being able to make and shape this piece and go in and out of the reheating chamber. And so it's important to keep the end of the pipe hot. We refer to that as the moil. So they'll say flash the moil, flash the moil. And so a lot of the things that we say sometimes are different language or like Italian slang terms. And so a part of my job is translating things back into English. And so when they're ready, they can punny up. So they'll use a punny rod, puntil rod, or punty. So that's known as a transfer rod. So we'll take an additional rod to remove this glass from the initial blowpipe. But in their terms, they'll say, okay, I'm ready for the punny. Let's punny it up. So we're transferring it off of the initial pipe. But that's just another example of like referring to the end of the pipe and all the glass at the end of the pipe as the moil. We want to make sure that the end of the pipe is nice and hot also, so when we prepare ourselves to take it off of this pipe, when we put the water in, so as you can see, he's drawn on with the chalk. So that circle is where we're going to put the transfer rod. We're going to connect a bit of glass with an additional rod where he drew that circle at. So he's centering himself. So preparing to center an additional pipe onto the bottom portion, so we can take it off the initial blowpipe and work on the opposite side to shape the top of the iron to get that really nice top of the apex, the A-line. So because glass needs to be able to breathe, meaning that it needs to have some good circulation, or like, circulation, we're gonna drill a hole into it. So we're going to take our tungsten rod and get it nice and hot and drill it into the bottom. And the transfer rod that we're placing on is open, so it's called a crown. Think about like a crown, so then it'll have access to blow more air into the so we're gonna get that nice and hot and drill into the glass. We're getting the stainless steel hot. It's called a tungsten rod. Okay, then when we puncture it and we get the hole, we'll come out, and then we'll add the crown punty onto it. This will allow us to be able to blow into the pipe if we need to. So we'll go and place that additional transfer rod onto the bottom, flash that jack line. We carved in the jack line earlier on in the process. That was that carved in line of tension, that weak point we created. For this reason specifically, we need to be able to take the glass off of the initial blowpipe to clean up the top. A little bit of water on that jack line. Tap it, and it'll take the glass. It'll help release the glass from the end of the pipe. When we bring the pipes over here, what we do is we dip them in water and then place them into this bucket here. And there's a self-cleaning mechanism where the water will help the thermal shock set in and the glass just pops off of them. Because there's a lot of glass on the end of those pipes. And now we'll start to clean up the opposite side. So now we'll go in and start to stretch out the top to help bring it to a point. So as we stretch it, it's super duper orange. You'll see that it's starting to lose color slowly. When it starts to lose that orange color, that means it's getting colder. We'll go on with our jacks and squeeze in to bring it together. Going with our shears and clip off that extra glass, and then we'll get that tip nice and hot and clean it up. So we'll just continue to go on with those corks to reinforce that shape. The corks provide a very smooth finish to the surface of the glass. And it allows us to get some really thorough shaping. And it doesn't extract the heat too quick. The fire alarm's gonna go off. Once again, it's really important to make sure that the connection point is nice and hot. That's why she flashes it at the end of the rod there with the torch, because that is how we're able to create. So we make sure that the connection point is always very hot and evenly heated. It's the last part of the pipe that goes into the reheating chamber, and it's the first part of the pipe that comes out. And so that's why we flash it there at the bench. So we'll go in with the calipers to measure how wide it needs to be, just so we have about the same specs of what we planned on. So that's what we're doing with the calipers. Go in with the brush to make sure all that corking is removed, any type of residue that could potentially have gotten onto it, so we'll brush it off. We're making an iron, we're making a cast iron, the irons that they used to use in the olden days that were steel and heavy. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of that reheating chamber, it's keeping the glass hot, preventing any sort of cracks. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So if you look up at the big screen there, the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. Now we're going to mark where we want the handle to be placed. The handle is resting here in the garage. The garage is a place where we put pieces. It's hot enough to where the glass won't continue to melt. It'll just hold it steady. So in a moment, we'll take the iron of the handle out of the garage, and we'll start to get it nice and warm. And then we're going to place it on top of the iron. A little bit of black glass will be placed on to function as glue for the handle. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, Miss Cheryl Derricotte's in the house with us this week as the visiting artist. We're making her work, and right now we're making an iron. So we'll go and flash it. We have to keep the piece flashed to keep it above a certain temperature to prevent any sort of shock. So bit by bit, in between each little bit that we do, when we're adding some like bit work, we have to flash it back into the reheating chamber. So right now we're getting the pieces nice and ready. Sarah has the handle portion of the iron. Trent is getting ready the second bit, and then we'll be able to put things, arrange them properly on top of this iron. This is Miss Cheryl Derricotte. Her residency was awarded this year because she was the People's Choice Award at our gala last year, which is amazing, which awarded her the opportunity to come back and make her work and continue to expand her portfolio of glass sculpting here in the Hot Shop. She does work with glass and paper. Those are her two preferred mediums, but I think she also enjoys coming here because she's back again. Last year, she made thread, needles, and other sewing items, but they were like super large in scale. And this is a portrait work that she's making with objects to embody Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was a seamstress at the White House, and she also birthed 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children after his wife passed away. But there are no photos of her. And so this is Miss Derricotte's way to pay homage to Sally, her legacy, and, you know, rebuild her image of who she was. So we all get to learn a little bit more about that. And you can learn more about Miss Derricotte and her work on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. If you can't make it back, you can live stream in. She'll have an artist talk at 1 p.m. And we are always on the live stream Wednesday through Sunday, 9 to 5, 10 to 5. Can we please see some of Miss Cheryl's past works? So if you look up at the big screen there, Miss Cheryl enjoys pulling powder through silkscreen to get, this is a Harriet Tubman statue that is in San Francisco. It is the largest, the one and only glass Harriet Tubman sculpture. She has baked every single one of those panes within her annealing oven, and she has laid the images on top of the panes before she baked it. So with glass powder, she pulls it through a silk screen onto a sheet glass and bakes it all together. And as you can see, there's the silk screen, and the powder is pulled through, and all of the elements are baked within that really pretty blue oven there. So now that we have the 2 bits, Sarah will get the handle ready to be placed on top of the iron. So last year when Miss Derricotte was here creating her work, she donated 2 pieces. And one piece that was donated was a needle and thread. That was then put into our gala, and she won the award of the People's Choice Award, which we call the Coney Award, which then gave her another residency here to work with the team. The beauty of working with the team is that you get all these people, so you can produce large-scale work, or you can mass produce the same thing a few different ways, or the same way. And so that's the beauty of having a team of people to work with. She brings her vision, they deliver the product. So what we did was we just did a price check, what they call it, just to make sure that everything lines up properly before we actually adhere it to each other, before we stick it all the way together. We'll give the torch, we'll torch the punny just a little bit, make it nice and hot. Every third Thursday here at the Museum of Glass, we are open 5 to 8. We're free to the public. April 19th, and actually on those third Thursdays, we are hosted by the Hilltop Artists with our youth artists that come and create here in the hot shop. There's a bunch of youth artists that come down and make items. And then this month on April 19th and 20th, we'll have a joint venture of pipe making. And we're going to make like larger than life, all different type of flame working artists will come into the hot shop and create here. You're more than welcome to stream into to view if you can't make it back here to the hot shop. A little bit of water on that rod, tap the pipe away. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. It's really important that we keep the body of the piece nice and hot, so we must go in and out of this reheating chamber in order to do that. And we always have to flash the back of the pipe. This part goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first, but it's a very, very important part of the pipe, of the piece, and so that allows us to work. So in and out of this reheating chamber we go. The glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees. And so now that all the doors are open, he's being exposed to maximum heat. So it's super duper hot. Glass gets color in many different ways. Today we sifted color powder onto the surface of the glass, but there are other ways that we get color into glass. But I wanted to give you guys an example of how the glass got its color today. Not the same way that we did as we sifted powder, but I just want to give you some sort of idea. So can we see the color overlay video to learn about how the glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel Marva, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
We're just giving it its final touches before we feel like it's ready to go and be put away. So now Trenton will suit up. As you can see, he'll put on, I like to call it like the Moon Man suit. It's the Kevlar gloves, Kevlar suit. He'll put on the face shield because he's going to protect his physical skin from being burnt. But trust and believe, it's so hot, it's still going to permeate through the materials. And so he'll catch it, and within a few seconds, he'll feel it because it's above 1,000 degrees, and then he'll box it up. The Kevlar gloves are actually designed from the same thing bulletproof vests are made from, so a nice, durable, thick material, but he can't escape the heat. We'll get under it. We'll put a little bit of water on the pipe. That'll set in, create thermal shock. Sarah will go in and cinch it. We'll tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. So it's going to go into the annealing oven, and the annealing oven is set to catch it at a certain temperature and bring it all the way back down to room temperature overnight. Let's give Trent one more big round of applause for boxing that piece up, because that's not easy either. None of it's easy. But the beauty of working here in the hot shop is they make it all come together, they make it all come to life, and they make it all real. So can we see a little bit more about Miss Cheryl Derricotte? Can we see the Meet the Artist video about Miss Cheryl?
I'm Cheryl Derricotte, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
So for the final hour, we're going to work on a spool of thread. We've made needles. We just made that really, really huge iron. Our visiting artist, as you can see on the video, is Miss Derricotte here. She's from Washington, D.C. originally. She currently lives in San Francisco, California, where she practices in her studio. She enjoys working with paper and glass, and you'll find her silk screening powder glass onto sheet glass to bake it. And you can find some of her work in San Francisco. Where specifically is Rosa Parks? Harriet Tubman. Oh, that is at the Millbrae BART, and that's the BART station right before the airport, SFO. So the Millbrae BART is where you would find her work, and that's the BART station right before SFO. And what you'll find here is a 40-foot, I think it's a 40-foot sculpture of Harriet Tubman. Can we see some of her past works? Because it does more justice than me talking about it. So when she came here last year, she had some work on display within the galleries, and it was explaining the double consciousness of African Americans in society today. And her work right now is a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was the seamstress for Thomas Jefferson, who birthed 6 of his children, but she was never pictured. And so these objects are in her memory. Last year when Miss Cheryl was here, she created a needle and a thread. It went to our annual Red Hot Gala auction, and she was chosen as the People's Choice Award, which then awarded her this residency to come back and to continue to expand her sculptural, this conceptual image of all of these different sculptures for Miss Sally Hemings. And Sally's not the only person that her work embodies. She will make a voice for a lot of these unrecognized African-American people from the past. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see Harriet Tubman laid into sheet glass at the BART station, at the Millbrae BART station before SFO down in San Francisco. My name's Emily, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're going to get started in again in a second, and I'll let you know what's going on as we go through the process. So we'll dip into the furnace to gather the glass. That furnace has about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass that rests at about 2,100 degrees. He'll go in with that block just to cool it down a little bit because you don't want it to be too hot. It'll be like honey, it'll fall off the pipe. So now we're making another thimble. We're making thread. We're making a spool of thread, which means that we're going to create the body first, and then we're going to lay a wrapped glass that looks like thread around it. So we'll dip into the furnace and gather glass. When we gather the glass from the furnace, we'll then be able to start to sculpt it. So we'll make the spool first, and it'll be sculpted into with just solid hot glass, and then we'll wrap the thread around the spool. The way that this glass got color was by adding powder to the surface of the glass. It looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll be more of a pretty brown color. So now we'll go in with our jacks and just rotate back and forth. And as we rotate back and forth, it'll help evenly shape those walls as Trent holds the paddle at the end. As we paddle at the end, it'll help create that bottom, a very nice flat bottom. So as we get certain parts nice and hot, we'll be able to create that bottom part of the spool. This is the spool portion, and then we'll wrap glass around this, which will be, in essence, of thread. Can we see some of Mr. Derricotte's past works? So Cheryl Derricotte's favorite thing to do is work with glass and paper. She'll silkscreen powder glass onto sheet glass and bake this glass. You'll find this sculpture at the Millbrae Station, which is the station, the train station before you get to Seattle, San Francisco. She's from Washington, D.C. originally, but she's based out of San Francisco, where she practices her work. Here. So now she is able to continue to come back and expand her ideas from her conceptual portrait series for Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was a seamstress for Thomas Jefferson, represented if they were not some sort of abolitionist. And so what she's doing is she is bringing a voice, are all in essence of remembering Sally Hemings. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take it off of the initial pipe, work on the other side so we can make the top part of the spool. Because we need to have, you know, a balance of each part of the spool, the top of the spool. So we're going to take it off of this initial pipe and sculpt it on the other type of thread. It's really fun. It's really cool. It's like spaghetti. So Sarah takes the glass out of the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace is designed to take glass out of to add color to when we take it out, but really it's just clear glass inside of the furnace, but it looks orange because it's rest at 100 degrees. And as you can see, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you. So we're going to place the We're going to place the spindle because you always have to keep the and now we're able to edit the other side of this spindle. We're going to be able to make the same as the opposite side. So we have to take it off that pipe so we can make the opposite side of the spindle and then roll some thread on. So now that we've built up the spool, we're going to get some more glass, add color to the glass. So as Trenton dips into the furnace, he'll then be able to add pigment, so powdered glass, onto the surface of the clear glass. And then we'll be able to wind it around the spool of thread. So now as we rotate the pipe, the glass will just glide right on to the spool just like it does on thread. And we'll do that a few times so we can build up those layers, make it nice and thick and healthy, a good spool of thread.